So now we're going to do the conclusion, which is going to be handed over to Kenzie.
Okay, so for the conclusion, eco-wrap is more than just a protective packaging. It represents a step towards minimizing plastic waste and achieving greener, sustainable future. Made from biodegradable cardboard with adaptive folding patterns, proved to be sustainable and effective alternative to bubble wrap. It offers strong protection, adaptability, and environmental benefits. Eco-wrap provides reliable vertical shock absorption and high compression resistance. It adapts well to different product shapes, user-friendly, don't need to improve. It degraded rapidly by 40% in just 3 days, unlike bubble wrap which shot none in the same amount of time. Eco-wrap also produces lower CO2 emission and has higher recycling potential.
These are the documentations from the past few days. So the first one is the compression test of 17 kilograms using dumbbell plates. As you can see, the box was able to sustain itself well. For number 2, it's going to be Kenzie.
Okay, there's a gap between the object and the surface, so when the object is dropped, the force on the object is going to be absorbed by the folding pattern, so the object is not going to break that easy. So for the video, thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to the presentation.
Sekarang udah masuk ke bagian Q&A. Juri sudah bisa menanyakan.
Okay, thank you. Can I see your eco-wrap? Can I?
Of course.
Touch?
Yes, of course. Don't worry about it.
So you just cut the paper, right, to make eco-wrap?
Yes, we cut it in an irregularly pattern.
You not make some.
So this was from the manual cuttings that we did.
Oh. So how you guarantee your product is can protect the item like fragile?
Yes, it softens the impact of the object, and the eco-wrap will absorb it with the irregular shape patterns.
So we must keep the cutting open, yeah.
Yes,
If the cutting is closed, so what happens with the? Oh, so you test your strong of this eco-wrap only with the drop the box like that, or any measurement test to check the compression? Which one? Can you show what the compression?
This one, ma'am.
But I think I want to see about the figure 1. I think the protection is about the box, not like eco-wrap, right? Oh, you mean the eco-wrap box and this one? I think eco-wrap is just only this.
No,
Oh,
no, ma'am. It's both the box and the paper.
So we have to choose the box is the strong enough, right? How about we use another box, the soft box like that? Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think this is enough from me. Thank you. Good innovation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, your idea is so brilliant. I just want to know many advantage of this eco box than bubble wrap, but what is the disadvantages? The disadvantages of this?
Oh, so for the disadvantages, one of the biggest ones is that we still haven't found a way to make it waterproof.
Oh, not waterproof.
No, that's for our further research programs. So when we will able to find some way to make it waterproof, that's one of the disadvantages.
How about the price than bubble wrap?
So this is made of recycled materials, so meaning that it will be cheaper than with bubble wrap, which is produced in factories. So this will be, we can use it from the stuff we have at home, and then that will make it a lot cheaper than bubble wrap.
Maybe you can give information in your paper. What is the price price, because someone that use bubble wrap then eco wrap still think about the price, the economic price.
For
Yeah.
the
So
price, we check the material on the online website. This wrap is cheaper than the bubble wrap.
yeah, it's cheaper. So and then when you test the eco wrap and bubble wrap, how many days you take it?
30 days.
30 days, and then still stable.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. Oh, then bubble wrap, yeah. If
Yes.
bubble wrap, like for the if you put something in bottom, usually broke. Yeah. Okay then. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, but maybe in another presentation, give power in your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Test.
IRCYS, no limits, no pay. IRCYS, make the change.
Good morning, judges and all participants. Before we start our presentation, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Kimi Abdullah Teddy. You guys can call me Kimi.
My name is Ahmad Gatan Julansyah, and you can call me Gatan.
My name is Nadifa El Tarsifa. You can call me Nadifa.
My name is Bianca Regradabian and you can call me Bianca.
My name is Muhammad Alfizul Aziz. You can call me Hafiz.
And today we will present our research titled Quercetin Loaded Microneedle Patch from Red Onion Peel Extra as a safer alternative of NSAIDs in osteoarthritis therapy. So I'm going to explain about the background. Osteoarthritis is a degenerative joint disease that causes pain, stiffness, and limited mobility. While non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs or NSAIDs can relieve pain, their long-term use often leads to ulcers, bleeding, and cardiovascular problems. These conditions inspired us to create a safer, more effective, and eco-friendly solution for patients.
Current treatment like NSAIDs and corticosteroid injections are effective but not safe to long-term use. NSAIDs are effective for osteoarthritis. Our microneedle patch is designed to develop a crucial loaded microneedle patch from red onion peel extract, the alternative for OR management.
Now, I will explain you all how to make our product or the methods. So we begin by drying and extracting a red onion peels to make the extract using ethanol. After that, we do the phytochemical screening. The result confirmed the presence of flavonoids, alkaloids, tannins, steroid, and tritropanoid. And then we do the antioxidant test. The result show strong activity, 72% inhibition in the DBPH assay, and 96% inhibition in the SOD assay. Finally, we fabricated a PVA-based microneedle patch, analyzed using scanning electron microscopies, or SEM, to ensure precision and stability.
So I'm gonna talk about the results. The microneedles form perfectly with sharp tips about 152 micrometers high and 70 micrometers wide, smooth surface, and smooth and strong mechanical stability. These features make the patch painless, safe, and effective for transdermal drug delivery. Combined with high antioxidant performance, the extract show a great potential to repair the tissues and reduce inflammations. Moreover, the detected tannins, steroid, and terpenoids are natural plant-based compounds, non-synthetic drugs, meaning they are safe and non-toxic. Actually, they help to reduce pain, repair tissues, and support healing without causing any harmful effects. Why we chose microneedle patch? We chose microneedle patch because it offers a safe, painless, and targeted therapy, unlike oral drugs that may cause stomach irritation or injection. The patch delivers active compounds directly through the skin for better absorption and fewer side effects, making it the best options for the osteoarthritis therapy.
So, about our innovations, we have socialized it to many people, especially elderly women, and also to doctors. Where in our banner you can see the doctors giving a positive review. In conclusion, our microneedle patch integrates a nat- our microneedle patch integrate natural compounds, modern technology, and sustainability, where it offers a safe, effective, and environmentally friendly alternative of NSAIDs in osteoarthritis therapy. This by turning red onion peel waste into a medical innovation, we take one step closer into a healthier joints and a greener future. That's all from our presentations, and we now will enter the question and answer session.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question, what do you know about NSAID? Yeah. What is NSAID?
So, NSAIDs is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory steroid drugs, such as paracetamol or the other pills that we have to consume to the osteoarthritis. But if we consume too much pills, there are many people that can afford the NSAID side effects like causing gastrics for the lung or the kidneys.
Okay, thank you. And then you choose quercetin. Usually you found in red onion, and you make an extract, isn't it? And how is the mechanism action of quercetin as anti-inflammatory? Because you say inhibits COX-2 and NF-κB to reduce inflammation. Do you know a little bit about that? Yeah. Yeah. How is the mechanism of quercetin to reduce inflammation?
So, the quercetin blocks the anti-inflammatory mediators in the body and decreases the oxidative stress. This may help to reduce the pain, repair the tissues, and also supporting the healing of the osteoarthritis.
Okay, the last question. Why you choose quercetin from red onion, not from the other plant in Indonesia, like maybe Moringa olivera or turmeric?
The reason on why we choose the red onion peels to as the main material because we focus on the quercetin, and the red onion peels have a very high quercetin, where it have around 2,000 until 2,500 milligrams of quercetin. Compared to other materials or fruits, it have way less quercetin, and that's why we choose the red onion peels as the main material.
Okay, who want to add?
And I want to add some more. So, rarely the red onion peel wastes be thrown away because they don't know the functions and the contents, especially for the quercetin. So we wanted to turn agricultural waste into something useful for the medicine. We combined it with the transdermal technology in our microneedle patches.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you show me again your slide about the SEM characterization? Yeah. Can you show the slide about the SEM? Nah, this one. The right figure is show about the SEM characterization, right? Yeah, the SEM is that figure. Yeah. And from this figure, you say that the SEM characterization get result about smooth surface and minimal crack, yeah, and strong mechanical stability. How can you conclude about that? That analyze from this figure, from this result. Why you say that?
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, from you get the SEM characterization like that figure, right? And then you say from that figure, the result of the sample, yeah, of your sample, get the smooth surface, minimal crack, and strong mechanical stability, right? How can you conclude that analyze from this figure?
Okay, how can we conclude that? Because in the our mechanical patch, we tested it into our skin. When we tested into our skin, it didn't cause any side effects. So
What? Our skin?
skin.
Huh?
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, and then why you say that from that figure the surface is smooth? Because you conclude the smooth surface from the SEM image.
Why we concluded?
Yeah.
So why we concluded? Because the size of the needle is only 150 micrometers, which is barely visible in our eyes, and we also did some testings into our skin to prove the smooth surface. Because a microneedle patch, we how to use the microneedle patch is to how to use it is to attach it to our skin, and by after we tested it, there is no side effect that shows that that the needle is not smooth or have cracks. Instead, it is showed that it's smooth and have a strong ability.
But is there any reference say that if the surface smooth, if the thickness or the length of that, I don't know what is that, yeah, is only 70 micrometer like that or something? Why you can say that that's one is smooth?
Based on what I read on the journal, that we take the Journal of Nanobiotechnological, they explain about the microneedle patch too. So the standard for the sharp is above like this. So it didn't make the patch too dry or difficult to solve or difficult to dry.
Also, so the journal is the result of the journal is really like what you get this one like this,
We learned from that journal.
and the result of the journal is the same like you.
It's similar.
Similar. Okay. And how about you can compare about the smooth surface and strong mechanical stability? What is the correlation between two variable parameter?
The difference, maybe because we just use a small patch for the knee joints, especially we didn't use that very much amount for the micrometers. It makes the difference in the size. The sizes.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. I think enough my question. Don't worry, I just asked about your presentation, right? Okay, thank you. Good idea, yeah, good inspiration. Okay, good luck in the future. Thank you.
So, any more questions? Enough. Okay. Thank you, the judge. Okay, thank you, the judges and all the participants here for listening to our presence. And we're closing the presentation now. Thank you all for listening. Good morning.
Jadi, ya.
Good morning to the honorable judges and fellow participants. My name is Omira Misha Ashika.
I am Shiva Avati.
I am Alpha Graciana Teginting.
And I am Miss Kinesh Madelia.
We are the research team from SMA Unggulan Rush, and today we are standing here to proudly present our innovation, Magneto, a household-scale innovation for sustainable electricity generation through magnetic repulsion.
Have you ever imagined what our world would be like if we still depending on coal, oil, and natural gas? Well, some countries still depending on the sources, and the sources are not only limited, but slowly destroying our lovely planet, Earth. Even some renewable energy like solar panels And wind turbines for large scale still are expensive for many regions and many millions of people. Burning fossil fuels can lead to severe air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. From the problems, we want to ask to ourselves, can we create a clean and affordable energy for everyone to use? And from the questions, we create a solution. Magneto. Magneto is a power generating tool that first, efficient and continuous. Second, practical and accessible for everyday use. And third, promoting environmental responsibility. With Magneto, we are not just generating power, we are generating the change for the world.
The Magneto prototype was constructed based on Michael Faraday's law of electrical conduction that said a magnetic flux through a conductor induces an electromagnetic force, and in the Magneto's prototype consists of ferrite magnets, neodymium magnets, an electric rotor, and a DC dynamo. This magnetic material were selected to enhance Magneto's performance. Like for example, neodymium magnets were used due to its strong repulsive force, and the ferrite magnets were used due to its thermal consistency and demagnetization and resistance to demagnetization. Throughout our optimization stage, we also tested different magnetic spacing to determine the maximum distance between the magnets that produce the most stable and the most continuous rotation. And then after that, we also tested Magneto using a digital multimeter to test how much electricity Magneto produced by rotating the rotor and measuring both voltage and current. From that produced energy, we stored the electricity to a 3.7 volt lithium-ion battery through a rectifier circuit to ensure stable DC circuit motion. And then from that electricity that is stored, we use it to light up a 2.5 light bulb. Overall, the methodological approach enables us to evaluate Magneto's rotating efficiency, electrical production, and its potential as a small-scale renewable energy.
As a result, our team has successfully built a prototype of Magneto, an innovative system that uses magnetic repulsion to generate electricity. Magneto was constructed using ferrite and neodymium magnets, supported by a levitating shaft and also a rubber band transmission. These components help Magneto to rotate smoothly and also continuously. We have also tested Magneto to charge a 3.7 volts of lithium-ion battery, which was later then powered a 2.5 volts of light bulb. We also tried to produce a stable DC voltage of 2.8 until 2.9 volts and a current up to 0.16 amperes.
The conclusion, Magneto, our newly developed electrical power generator, offers several key advantages. First, it is eco-friendly. Second, it is cost-efficient. And the last thing and the most important thing, it can operate without fuel. These trends make Magneto as a promising alternative for a sustainable future. Through this innovation, we actively promoting SDGs, national SDGs number 7 about affordable and clean energy, and SDGs number 13 about climate action by promoting the use of clean and sustainable energy.
The next part, we would like to show you a documentation and how Magneto works. Okay, next part is the Q&A session for the judges. We would like to give you the time to give us questions and answers. I mean, we would like to answer.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any video? Oh, can we show your experiment? experiment, I think. You do your experiment by your team.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. So, in your project, you create the electricity energy from the magnet force, yeah, magnetic repulsion, yeah. So the source of the movement of the magnetic, how you can make the magnetic is always move, yeah, spin like that.
So firstly, we built the circular rotor using magnets, and then we used another magnets called the ferrite magnets to move the circular magnets through one directional like this. And then from this directional, we store the movement through a belt circuit like that to a DC dynamo. That DC dynamo conducted the movement energy into an electrical energy. And then we stored the electrical energy to an empty battery. It's an empty lithium-ion battery. And then we charge it for 24 hours. And after 24 hours, we tested the battery. And as we can see here, the battery actually charges. It produced electricity that we could conclude because it lighted up a light bulb.
Interesting, yeah. So here you create electricity using the repulsion of magnetic, right?
Yes, that's right.
Can you explain the correlation with the law of conservation of energy?
Okay. So the law of conservation energy by Michael Faraday, it says that a magnetic flux through a conductor produces an electromagnetic force, right? And that principle was applied in the DC dynamo. The DC dynamo includes it's not a copper, it's a copper coil in the DC dynamo. So when another magnet that was inserted into the copper coil, it will produce a difference in the electronegativity, I believe, the electronegativity. And then that electronegativity difference will produce electrical energy. And because of that DC dynamo, we have to build something. We have to build something that rotates the rotor, rotates the shaft. So by that, we have an idea. How about we use another magnet to spin the magnet that was inside? So by that, we have the idea of using two magnets to repulse each other and spin the magnets with each other.
Okay, and are there any energy losses like because due to friction or air resistance or magnetic damping like that in your experiment? And
okay, so from our prototype, we made a closed environment for the magnets to spin, right? To spin. But there could be also a friction loss because due to the belt, the rubber belt up there, it is pulling each other, right? It's very strong and it could actually make the rotation slower. But so from that problem, we make a solution by changing the rubber expanding the rubber so it doesn't actually pull each other closer. That makes it the frictional energy loss lessens.
okay, so if the less energy is very less, yeah, like you say, so how long the magnetic repulsion will move?
So, because we stored the electricity through a battery, and that battery also make the electrical circuit also backwards. So it also moves the DC dynamo also as well. So when we firstly charge the magnet, the battery, it also charges the DC dynamo, making it rotate continuously. But
So it will produce electricity energy for a long time, until the end of the world, right?
No. we also
energy.
we also experimented how long the battery could store the electrical energy. So from our charging for 24 hours, we turn on the machine for days.
If you not turn on, if you not turn off it, just on. The machine is always on.
Yeah.
So that will be never off, right? Because there are no
Yes,
energy.
but the battery only stores the electricity for 5 days from our experiment. And after 5 days, the machine turns off from a 24-hour charge.
So you turn off manually.
It turns off by itself because it loses the electrical energy.
You set a 5 day because the battery is full.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes.
So if you change the battery with the another battery, the empty battery, I think your magnetic will be move.
Yeah, will spin
Always
again. Yes.
spin again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Never stop. I think.
Probably if you keep charging it for days.
Right?
We haven't tested that method.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good innovation. I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just
Yeah. I just want to know, usually you want to change magnet O for another source of electricity, isn't it? Yeah. So what do you think about the source of the battery from ferrite and neodymium magnet? Is it not difficult to find, or maybe the price is so high? Yeah, because we know if we change another electricity, we must compare for the price.
So actually, ferrite and neodymium magnet is not expensive, and it's easily found in Indonesia because there's many mining sites in Indonesia that can produce those magnets.
Yeah, maybe if you use this source of electricity to the rural area that is really not found, what do you think one battery of magnet will, how many electricity produce? So how many electricity we need maybe for our house, for a house maybe in 24 hours. How kWh or something,
From our experiment using the digital multimeter, we could conclude that our product Magneto produces 2.8 until 2.9 voltage electricity, and we also
for long equipment, maybe for 1 hour, 2 hours to switch on.
Compared to a battery that can only provide 1.5 volts, Magneto can provide you 2.8 until 2.9 volts. Even though this is only a prototype, but this is a significant achievement for Magneto.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for the judges for your attention and fellow participants. And once again, Magneto, powering the future through magnetic innovation. Thank you and have a great day.
Untuk tim selanjutnya JAS 12555.
everyone. We are from Liberica Academy, Indonesia, and we are also a student from Embun Pagi Islamic School Junior High in East Jakarta. Before we start, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Akila Manalatif. You can call me Akila.
My name is Adudanika Aluratiawan, you can call me Alura.
Safina.
My name is Tapisha Hipatia Putri Wijaya. You can call me Vivi. Have you ever wondered how hot it is in Indonesia? Especially, Indonesia is geographically located at the equator, which makes it have a high temperature because of the sunlight. The sunlight has a radiation wavelength called the ultraviolet light, also known as the UV light. The UV light has a few advantages for skin, such as production of vitamin D. Vitamin D supports bone and immune health of our body. It also helps to produce collagen, which makes skin tighter.
However, so much UV light for our skin can cause some disadvantages, like premature skin aging, and also can worsen acne skin problem by overproducing sebums in our skin. Too much sebums or oil in our skin make us acne. So that's why we made a clay mask extra from goji berry and azathioprine. We call it Glowgible Super Fruit Super You.
Based on University of Pajajaran in 2024, approximately the prevalence of acne in Indonesia ranges around 80% until 85%, with a peak incidence of women aged 15 until 18 years and 12% in women aged 25 years and older. Besides acne, premature skin aging is also one of the most common skin conditions. Some signs tell us that you might have premature skin aging is by having wrinkles at the age of 20 until 30. To prevent that, Glowgible can be the key for handling acne, premature skin aging, and also skin brightening. The methods that we did for our products are extraction, phytochemical screening, beta-carotene test, antioxidant in DBPH test, SOD test, and lastly, formulation.
The first method for this product is extraction by macerating the goji berry extract powder with 96% ethanol in a hot plate matte exterior, and that's how we got the goji berry extract. The second method is by screening the goji berry extract in phytochemical screening to indicate the bioactive compounds.
It is classified that goji berry has alkanoid, flavonoid, tannin, saponin, steroid, and terpenoid, but no essential oil. The third method is the beta-carotene test to indicate the carotenoid that give yellow or orange pigmented, and it is provitamin A.
The concentration of beta-carotene was calculated by a linear regression equation, which the absorbance was 0.0182 and with a sample containing 18 ppm of beta-carotene. Beta-carotene can protect our skin from UV light and also can prevent premature skin aging. Fourth, we did an antioxidant in DBPH test using the linear regression equation by substituting y equals 50. The IC50 value was calculated as 75.30 ppm. 50 to 100 ppm is classified as a strong enough antioxidant property. Antioxidant may handle acne and premature skin aging because of the collagen in the antioxidant. The fifth method is superoxide dismutase, also known as SOD antioxidant. Superoxide dismutase is a powerful natural antioxidant that is mostly found in all living cells that is exposed to oxygen. With our extract goji berry containing 88.78% of SOD inhibition percentage.
Besides goji berry, you use astaxanthin, a carotenoid produced from some microalgae and microorganisms as the second base ingredient. A carotenoid that gives off natural pigment and also benefits our skin. It has 32 ppm of DBPH of antioxidant, which is categorized as very strong.
And here are the results for phytochemical screening, beta-carotene, DBPH of goji berry as superoxide dismutase or goji berry, and DBPH for astaxanthin. In conclusion, a multifunctional product that combines a face scrub as an exfoliator, face mask as a solution to skin problems, and a face wash to cleanse pores.
Our clay mask is made of clay form, so it can absorb much oil than any other mask besides clay. We also bring much oil is so we can handle acne in our face. We also get in scrub and face wash to exfoliate and clean skin deeply in the pores. So say bye-bye to dirty skin.
We are confident that Glogibel can be used by most people because our product contains natural ingredients such as goji berry and astaxanthin. But we did use some ingredients that is naturally yet chemically modified or semi-synthetic ingredients to form the clay mask. And here we are intellectual property rights certified. It's to prove that our product is original.
For the congratulations we already done some of some certification. The first one is with the Haskins clinic. We got our drugs approved by Dr. Dewi as an Asian medicine. And that's also our product. Global, super good for you. And now it's your turn to Q&A session.
What is the percentage of goji berry and astaxanthin in the clay mask?
Goji berry, we use 10% of goji berry and astaxanthin for 0.4% of astaxanthin.
Okay, and then the last question. You said this clay mask can protect for the acne, isn't it? Yeah, but I think the process of acne is different with the anti-aging because acne is caused of some bacteria that called Propionibacterium acnes. How do you think the mechanism of this clay mask to protect the acne? You can tell us.
Oh, okay. So because we made this for prevention, not to like heal 100%. That's why we made it in a clay mask because clay mask can absorb oil. So that's why we made a prevention because acne is caused by bacteria and also too much sebums or oil in our skin that make the pores clogged.
Yeah, that's you must say in your scientific papers. Yeah, not to treat acne, but to preventive acne. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to know that have you tried your product?
We already tried our product, but we use it in our hands and the back of our ears because if we use it in our face, it is it's not
It's not recommended for skin, so we test it behind our ears to test if there are any allergens in it or something, or redness.
Why not recommended for skin?
Because we haven't tested the BPOM in it.
So can you compare your product with the other commercial product? With the similar like your product? How about, can you show that your product is more better or something like that?
Well, maybe we can, because we use naturally derived ingredients, and most products don't really use natural ingredients like us.
So your advantage is only the ingredients, yeah? How about the result? Can you prove your product is better like that, or?
No, we haven't tested it further than that.
And the one question, you say that your product, you say before that your product is protect from UV. From UV, but I think we use like a sunscreen, because the sunscreen has like SPF like that for UV. Have you mentioned about the SPF your product? Because there are so many SPF, right? 35, 50, like that. So, but how about your product?
Yes, we didn't use SPF, but we did use goji berry that has high antioxidant like superoxide dismutase, which can protect our skin from the UV light.
So you say that antioxidant is the same like SPF?
Yeah, well, we believe so.
Because I'm not in that major research. I think you have to read more, about this, analyze about your product. Okay, I think enough for me. The question. Good luck. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tim selanjutnya bisa ke depan. SAS 12525. JAS 55 mana ya tadi? Pointernya sama siapa? Oh, di sini. Gimana? Oh, gitu. Untuk sebentar. Untuk SAS 26 bisa angkat tangan sebentar? Oke. Bagi yang laki-laki mau sholat Jumat, silahkan sholat Jumat dulu ya. Ya. Kasih ya, maaf ya.
Good morning, dear honorable judges and fellow researchers. My name is Yasmin Bintara Safakrana from Pribadi Bandung School, and today I am going to present my research with the title Modified Levee with Pump System Integrated with Zero-Carbon Nanofiltration from Zeolite and Water Hyanic or IRCYS for River Overflow Control and Filtration. This research was supervised by Ms. Hilya Alvia. So, flood is one of the most common disasters that happens in Indonesia. It can be caused by water. It can be caused by waste accumulation or heavy rainfall, and also leaf that is destroyed. So then, in Indonesia, flood is commonly addressed by building temporary levee with electrical pump. Although the electrical pump itself, after flooding, the excess water will be returned back into the river. So that problem inspires me to create a system which not just preventing flood, but also changing the excess water into something more usable, that is, clean water. So then, the purposes of this research is first, determining whether automatic pumps without electricity can transfer river overflow water. Second is determining whether the zero-carbon nanofiltration system made from zeolite and water hyacinth can filter river overflow water into clean water that can be used by the community. And last, creating a prototype design for a modified embankment system with pumps and zero-carbon nanofiltration. From that, the research methodology starts with collecting the materials and making of a modified leaf prototype, and of course the automatic pump and zero-carbon nanofiltration, and is followed by the application of river water samples to the modified levee prototype, and the testing of the pump performance, and testing the quality of filtrate water. And last but not least is the data analysis. This research was conducted in 4 months, from July through October, and results shows that the automatic pump can work perfectly because the decrease of the number of volume of water in the levee part. Next, here is the result. We tested the pump using simple material here, but unfortunately the video couldn't be played. Next, here is the scanning electron microscopic result, or SEM. From left to right, from the right side is the zeolite structure, in the middle is the active carbon structure, and on the very left is the zero-carbon structure. As we can see, the zero-carbon structure is capable of filtration due to its small and dense pores. And here is the physical test result. The parameter that we measure is odor, temperature, and color. And as we can see, the test result show that all of the test results fulfill the standard of clean water. And next is the chemical test result. We measure the pH, iron, manganese, and chromium concentration. And as we can see, the results also fulfill the needs of the standard water quality. And followed by AAS test result, we can see that the absorption of manganese and iron decreases after filtration, while the number of chromiums is still the same, but we don't have to worry about that because chromium level here is still on the safe region part of clean water. And next, this is the coliform test result with the documentation. We can see the unfiltered water has an index of 4 mpn per 100 milli, which doesn't fulfill the standard of clean water, while the filtered water has an index of 0 mpn per 100 milli, which we can state that it is clean water. And in conclusion, the automatic pump was tested using simple tools, which we can conclude that it works perfectly just fine, and the result of the organoleptic test indicate that the filtered water meets the standard quality requirements, as it is odorless, it is colorless, and non-sticky. In addition, the pH of the lake water after filtration was measured to be 7, which falls in the safe region of clean water. Furthermore, the iron test using KSCN region showed no yellow coloration, indicating the absence of iron contamination. And its suggestion, if the overflow and water discharge are too large compared to the speed of the automatic pump, we can solve the problem by using electrical pump. And here is a couple of documentation. I'm sorry if the picture is too blurry because it is compressed. Here is my picture of collecting the water hyacinth and water sample, and the picture of active carbon powder, the picture of coliform test, and when arranging filtration in modified levee prototype. I think that is all from me. Thank you for listening, dear judges.
Okay, nice presentation. So your project is focused on this one is about the
Filtration of the
zeocarbon, yeah?
Yes, the carbon filtration.
How about the pump? Because I read in your abstract, you connect with the pump process.
So to minimize like in remote area, in Indonesia there's a lot of remote area and electric might be more difficult to find there instead of in the big cities. So I use alternative automatic pump so that in remote area where electricity might be hard to find, we can still pump the water. So it's actually when water overflow, the water will be pumped automatically and then filtered.
Which one the pump in your project? Can you show the pump?
So the pump, actually this is the river, and then if the water samples goes up of the water level that causes flooding, and it will automatically from the spot, it will automatically move, the water here will automatically move to the filtration chamber here.
So your pump is work without electricity, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And how about if the flood is very big?
Okay, so when the flood is very big, the alternative, I say in my suggestion, the alternative we can use electrical pump. But at some case, if the water level is still possible to use automatic pump, we can use automatic pump to also reduce the needs of electricity.
And how with your pump when we compare? Or have you compared with the electric pump?
Actually, I haven't done the research about comparing with the electrical pump, but that would be a nice suggestion for my next further research.
And how about your opinion? If you compare with the electric pump, which one better?
I think if we use electrical pump, I think it will be better for like area that is conducted with high flow of flood, but we can reduce the needs of electricity if the area is still the water flood is not that big. The water flow is not that big. We can still reduce the needs of electricity by using this pump, the automatic pump one. So as long as the flood is can be conducted with automatic pump, I think it will be better to reduce the electricity. So using automatic pump is just alternative. I mean using electrical pump is just alternative if the water flows.
So electric pump is alternative.
Yeah, if like the flood couldn't be controlled by automatic pump anymore, we can use electrical pump.
Okay, maybe the last question. What about the filtration? Yeah, the filtration. Do you think the pore size of the filtration process is important or not?
Yes, it is important.
Why?
Because as we can see here, the if I use only active carbon in the SEM, we can see the result. Wait, sorry. Here it is too large because nanoparticles will be nanoparticles in the water will just pass through the pores here. So that's why I use zeolite. Other than zeolite function is to remove the heavy metals, it can cover the pores in the active carbon so that water will pass through, so that the nanoparticles will be left behind. Because if the pores is too large, the nanoparticles will just pass through the filtration. So to maximize the filtration, we use zeolite to cover the particles.
So what size of the pore, the better one? Large or small?
Smaller, because nanoparticles will be left behind. If large, it will just pass through it.
How about if flood come? Sometimes flood is bring another waste, right?
Yes.
How if the filter, the size of the pore is small, maybe maybe the filtration become restriction, obstacle from the flow of the water, right?
Sorry?
If the flood come, sometimes they bring waste. If the size of the pore is small, I think that the filtration become obstacle, restriction from the water flow.
I think, but if we use larger here, if we use this active carbon itself, the nanoparticles in the water will just pass through it, the particles, the pores here.
How about the big waste?
The big waste? I think it would be better just to use the smaller particle one, but we increase the number of the filtration. So we increase the zero carbon amount, not like enlarging the pores, but we add the number of the filtration, zero carbon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to know, this is, I think, two kind of the aim. The first one is you want to modify it, leave it pump system, but the other one you want to make purified water with nano particle. You use zero carbon nanofiltration. Yeah. Why you don't give information a little bit about pump system, but directly to nanofiltration in your presentation?
Because my research focuses on the filtration part, that's why it is not a problem if we use electrical pumps. So I mentioned the automatic pump is just a way to reduce the use of electricity, but that's not the focus of my research. My focus of the research is to filtrate the excess water from the flood into clean water that could be used by the community. So that's why I didn't mention a lot about the pumping system.
Yeah, because in your introduction you say about the flood. So if you think that you focus in your nanofiltration, directly to nanofiltration, because it is a way to make purified water, especially maybe in the city or something place that the water is contaminated. Yeah. So what is the advantage with we use nanofiltration to purify water?
So nanofiltration itself can absorb heavy metal, such as zeolite can absorb heavy metals, and carbon itself, the activated carbons, can reduce the color and odor. So the purified water become odorless and colorless, and the concentration of metals gonna be decreases.
And how long we can use nanofiltration until the nanofiltration not work?
Okay, so I haven't tested a couple. I just did one testing. After that, I haven't done another test using like after I did a couple of filtration and then I measured the competent of the filtration. But that would be a good suggestion for my next research. I will try to figure out how long does the zero carbon last.
Okay, thank you. I think it's enough for me.
Thank you very much, dear judges. Thank you, everyone.
Untuk selanjutnya, tim SAS 12526 bisa ke depan.
Good morning, dear judges and fellow participants. I am Askia Kamal Hasbi.
I'm Nana Nashita.
I'm lovely Mr. Daviana Nurjatna.
And today we're going to be presenting our research, which is glucose smart hydrocolloid patch for non-invasive blood glucose monitoring via enzymatic sweat analysis and pH indicator. As we all know, diabetes is a leading non-communicable disease which contributes significantly to global mortality. In Indonesia ranks the 5th worldwide for adults with diabetes, and half of these adults with diabetes remains undiagnosed, highlighting a need for accessible, low-cost monitoring and early detection methods. Therefore, our preliminary study involves making a non-invasive patch that could indicate blood glucose using sweat and immobilization methods.
For our methodology, there are 4 steps. The first is final preparation and testing of different concentrations of sodium alginate, calcium chloride, and glucose oxidase enzyme. Then we mobilize the universal pH indicator and enzyme in sodium alginate using calcium chloride. So how we do this is first we prepare a beaker. In this beaker we add in 10 milliliters of distilled water and the sodium alginate, and we mix it until dissolving in 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Then we cool it down to about 30 degrees Celsius so that the enzyme and pH indicator do not denature. The next thing we do is we will immobilize it by first spreading it into pre-made paper molds, and then the exposed side is hit to the calcium chloride to allow it to immobilize. Then tested the effectiveness of the indicator in acidic solutions, in this case citric acid. Here you can see that in 0.8 molars there is a vibrant red hue compared to the others, proving that it is indeed effective. Lastly, we covered it with thin polyurethane film, which is flexible, non-toxic, scratch resistant, and semi-permeable, meaning it allows moisture vapor to escape and allows most gas particles to enter, meaning it helps the glucose oxidase enzyme to work due to its need for glucose, water, and oxygen.
Now for data processing and analysis, we conducted 3 tests: solidification, response time, and color response intensity. Before we tested the effectiveness of the patch, we foremost conducted a preliminary test using different sodium alginate concentrations. As you can see here, lower concentrations resulted in a weak gel with poor mechanical stability, and higher concentrations resulted in a more strong and more cohesive gel. And the trend is, as the concentration increases, the matrix becomes more dense due to the cross-linking from the calcium ions. Now, the limitation is if the concentration is too high, the porosity will reduce. Next is the response time analysis, which is we use different concentrations of citric acid. As you can, the average time is 315.5 seconds, with the fastest one being the 4 molar concentrations. Now, unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we produce an anomalous result, which we will make sure to take note of for future experimentation. The results of this test still proves that the patch has the ability to respond to pH variance. Next, thank you. Finally is the color response intensity analysis using IMageJ software. Now, in this, as you can see, the mean red intensity decreases as the citric acid concentration increases. Now, in IMageJ software, if the mean red intensity decreases, it means the color response intensity increases, which means the most intense color out of all 4 of these is the 6 molar one. And as you can see here in the graph right over here, is the R-squared value is 0.804, which validates pH responsiveness as it shows a consistent relationship between the acidity and the color change. Thank you.
In conclusion, glucoate successfully produced a stable, adhesive, and pH-responsive hydrogel patch with an optimal mix of 12% sodium alginate and 0.8 grams of calcium chloride.
moving forward, our next steps is to add HRP to improve color response accuracy and to test it on real human skin. Thank you for listening. We are now open for any questions.
Yeah, I just want to know about this research. Do you want this glucose to detect the blood glucose or to detect the acidity of the pH?
We want to use it to indicate blood glucose fluctuations in our blood because there's a correlation between blood glucose and glucose in our sweat. And if we can use glucose oxidase to convert glucose to gluconic acid and hydrogen peroxide, then the acidity of the sweat will increase, which means the pH will increase as well. So in this method, we use pH to indicate any increase in blood glucose.
Yeah, I know about your idea, but for today, we have glucose stick to make sure the sugar, the sugar in our body. Yeah. So maybe in your introduction, you just give information about if we don't have that equipment, so this glucose can use to know about the acidity of our sweet. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then correlation with the blood glucose, isn't it?
Yes.
That's your idea.
Yes.
Yeah, because I cannot catch up from your presentation for that idea. So, what do you think? So, if our body is so acid, it means they will increase the sugar blood in our body. Yeah, why?
Because earlier, as I said, the glucose oxidase will convert the glucose. If there's more glucose in our sweat, that means there's more glucose in our blood as well, correlating. So if the glucose oxidase converts the glucose into the acid and the peroxide, that means there's going to be more acidity in the pH. So we can then, like if the patch shows a more acidic pH color, then we can tell, oh, that means my glucose is increasing, it's spiking, so I need to test it out in the doctor.
Okay, why acidic? Because there is peroxidation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Acid.
The metabolism produce.
Yes, the metabolism produces acid and peroxide.
Yeah. That's why you must have in your presentation, I think. Yeah, that's the rule. Yeah. So yeah, our audience understand what do you want to give information to us. Thank you. I think that's enough for me.
Okay, question from me. I don't know, yeah. Based on your experiment, you do your experiment to get your result, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Based on your experiment, what potential interfering substance in sweet may affect the accuracy of your result?
Things like pH or temperature of your body, perhaps. If it's too cold, the enzyme might not work because we use the GOX enzyme here.
Have you mentioned about the variety of the temperature of body like that? Or just your opinion, or you read from some reference?
We read it from some references, and unfortunately we weren't able to test it due to time restraints.
Okay. And then second question, how sensitive is your pet to small change in glucose concentration?
We have done a test with glucose with the glucose oxidase as well, and we tested it with about a change of 0.2 to 0.4. So it's about 0.2 millimolar changes between them, and there was indeed a change. However, it wasn't very significant, but that's why we want to our future study plan is to use HRP because it helps improve the sensitivity of our indication. However, we couldn't have HRP in our current investigation due to the constraint of the country's location and also the provision of HRP.
Okay, so that is on your next plan, right? Okay. Have you mentioned, or how about your opinion about the quick response of your pets? How long we can get the result when we?
From the table, we can see here the average response time is 315.5 seconds. Now, yes, 315.5 seconds. But again, this is a bit unfortunate because due to the time constraints, we produce an anomalous result. Because it produced an anomalous result, and thus it doesn't really it's not that accurate in showing the response time.
I think it's longer, compared to the commercial glucose measure, right?
For the commercial glucose, yeah,
sometimes
because it's
yes. You know, the instant just put. I think not take time until 4 minutes, right?
However, this is a more low cost and non-invasive biosensor prototype.
But
yes.
We cannot see about the value of the glucose from. You only saw about the pH, right?
However, for future innovations, we could reference color. We could reference each color with a certain number of glucose in the blood.
So you have take many sample, because there are so many variety of the glucose concentration in the blood of people, right? Oh yeah.
This is a preliminary study.
Okay, but I think a good idea. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think enough for me.
Thank you, judges.
Baik, terima kasih untuk semuanya. Sekarang kita memasuki break. Jadi bagi muslim yang mau sholat bisa naik ke lantai 6, nanti lurus saja, nanti bisa ketemu musolahnya. Bagi yang mau istirahat bisa balik lagi ke ruangan breakfast.
Indonesia ranks second in the Asia Pacific for used cooking oil production. Unfortunately, 90% of the used cooking oil ends up in drains or trash, polluting our environment. At Nouveau, Indonesia ranks second in the Asia Pacific for used cooking oil production. Unfortunately, 90% of the used cooking oil
One thing that ties into research.
Indonesia ranks second in the Asia Pacific for used cooking oil production. Unfortunately, 90% of the used cooking oil ends up in drains or the trash, polluting our environment.
Rather than constantly expressing
At Nouveaulium, we're changing that. Our vision is clear: to be the leading partner for renewable fuels producers worldwide by sustainably supplying high-quality used cooking oil. We are utilizing advanced AI technology. Our UCollect box makes recycling effortless. It automatically identifies and collects used cooking oil, rewarding contributors with credits redeemable via our UCollect app. Currently, we are available across Jabodetabek, Bandung, Tonggaran, Bojonegoro, and Bali. With expansion underway in Jakarta, Nouveaulium collaborates with countless schools, organizations, and businesses.
And expanded by the nation. This cycle of has brought us here, a circle that unites.
Indonesia ranks second in the Asia Pacific for used cooking oil production. Unfortunately, 90% of the used cooking oil ends up in drains or the trash, polluting our environment. At Nouveaulium, we're changing that. Our vision is clear: to be the leading partner for renewable fuel producers worldwide by sustainably supplying high-quality used cooking oil.
10 times more
We are
cost
utilizing
effective
advanced
than
AI technology.
cleaning up waste.
Our Eucollect box
Which
makes
means
recycling effortless.
That's why
It
we
automatically
are
identifies and collects used cooking oil, rewarding contributors with credits redeemable via our Eucollect app. Currently, we are available across Japanese,
Universitas empowers Indonesian schools with knowledge about
Nivolium collaborates with countless schools, organizations, and businesses, empowering everyone to be a green energy champion. Join us today. Download the Eucollect app, visit a Eucollect box with your used cooking oil, and start your journey as a green energy champion. Nivolium. Together, let's make every effort count towards a sustainable future.
Assessment. Application. A waste separation system, schools, waste banks for recycling. We also establish composting facilities to manage the organic waste. Our goal is clear. It's transforming school children's waste management habits into creative and lifelong change. Together, we're working towards zero waste tomorrow. Support the Zero Waste School program and help us build a cleaner, greener, and healthier for our children and generations to come.
Research Organization for Maritime, Research Organization for Life and Environment,
mandiri, memiliki kemampuan kepemimpinan dan kewirausahaan dalam mengelola
Organization for Social Science,
untuk menghasilkan inovasi
Research Organization for Archaeology, Language,
dan kesejahteraan
Research Health, Research Organization for
yaitu menjunjung tinggi budaya akademik, melantaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila dan kearifan lokal serta indonesia berkreasi di masyarakat dengan mengedepankan
Research and Innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. Recognizes the tremendous potential of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources, high competence, and aptitude in science and technology.
Mungkin buat teman-teman atau adik-adik yang baru mau melanjutkan, mari bergabung sama Udayana karena di sini banyak pengalaman, banyak ilmu, banyak hal yang bisa kita dapatkan, tidak kalah dengan universitas yang lainnya.
Komitmen ini diwujudkan oleh Universitas Udayana yang memiliki 13 fakultas dan program pascasarjana Fakultas-fakultas ini dibangun dan dikelola sesuai dengan Indonesia harus berkembang maju. Universitas Udayana berkomitmen juga sebagai syarat dan menerima sesuai dengan masyarakat Indonesia. Ilmu dan manfaat ini dibagikan oleh 1.640 tenaga pendidik. Tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni ini juga didukung oleh fasilitas yang lengkap serta memenuhi kebutuhan 29.985 orang mahasiswa yang mengikuti perkuliahan di Universitas Udayana. Kompetensi Universitas Udayana sudah dibuktikan dengan akreditasi A yang didapat dari badan akreditasi nasional perguruan tinggi. Secara internasional pun, Universitas Udayana mendapat 3 bintang dari IRCYS. Universitas Udayana juga mengusung sistem pembelajaran yang aktif dan tidak hanya berlangsung dalam satu arah. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan sistem pembelajaran melalui e-learning yang membuka ruang diskusi langsung antara dosen dan mahasiswa, sehingga segala ilmu diberikan secara interaktif. Tidak hanya fokus pada pembelajaran akademik, Universitas Udayana juga memberikan sarana untuk kegiatan mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan soft skills serta kemampuan mahasiswa dalam bidang pengetahuan. Dengan terus meningkatkan Universitas Udayana semakin menguatkan diri sebagai salah satu universitas kawasan kita Indonesia yang menjadi daya testing laboratories, industrial facilities, startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, yang tersebar di berbagai space, dan 1.200 sampai 1.500 orang mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai macam latar belakang and other supporting facilities.
Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Kota Denpasar dan PT Pelindo dikerahkan guna memadamkan api.
Waste pollution threatens our environment and human health every day. But is endless cleanup really the solution? Rather than constantly addressing the damage, education in schools offers a long-term sustainable solution that tackles pollution at its source. In fact, research shows that teaching kids is 10 times more cost-effective than cleaning up waste from oceans, beaches and rivers. That's why we at Yayasan Green Books Indonesia developed the Zero Waste School Program. This 12-lesson curriculum empowers Indonesian children with knowledge about the causes and consequences of plastic pollution, inspires them to reduce single-use plastics and improves their waste separation. To sustain and expand our impact, we train teachers and school staff, initiate single-use plastic-free canteens, and provide sustainable alternatives. We implement a waste separation system and connect schools with waste banks for recycling. We also establish composting facilities to manage the organic waste. Our goal is clear: to transform school children's waste management habits, creating a lifelong change. Together, we're working towards zero waste to landfills. Support the Zero Waste School Program and help us build a cleaner, greener and healthier Indonesia for our children and generations to come.
S.
Tes. Satu.
Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Kota Denpasar dan PT Pelindo dikerahkan guna memadamkan api.
Waste pollution threatens our environment and human health every day. But is endless cleanup really the solution? Rather than constantly addressing the damage, education in schools offers a long-term sustainable solution that tackles pollution.
Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Kota Denpasar dan PT Pelindo dikerahkan guna
Cek satu dua, cek cek satu cek, cek satu cek cek, cek satu dua, cek satu cek.
Selamat siang semuanya. Untuk judging sessionnya akan segera dimulai. Kepada para peserta handphonenya tolong di silent. Dan untuk waktu penjurian 5 menit untuk presentasi dan 5 menit untuk Q&A. The judging session will begin soon. Participant, please put your mobile phone on silent for the judging session and wait for your team name to be called. Thank you. Tim CTS 12564, silahkan ke depan ya. During the whole presentation, please stand here later because you will be blocking the camera. Okay, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, honorable judges and fellow participants. My name is Kartika Raharja S. and
Zulkifli Doriansyah.
We will present our study about prediction of missense mutation effects in the HBB gene on hemoglobin stability and structure in beta thalassemia patients using a bioinformatic approach. So now let's start to the background of study. So what is beta thalassemia? Beta thalassemia is a genetic blood disorders that can affect the production of hemoglobin protein in erythrocyte that carries oxygen. This disease is common in regions like Mediterranean, South Asia, and Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. Every year, more than 40,000 babies are born with severe form of beta thalassemia, and many of them face a serious health risk without proper treatment. The cause of beta thalassemia is missense mutation in HBB gene. This mutation lead to less or no production of hemoglobin, causing an imbalance and damage the erythrocyte, so lead the anemia. There are over 300 mutations in beta thalassemia, including change called missense mutation. By the way, guys, the point is by using bioinformatics, we can predict how this change impact the beta globin, impact the protein stability and structure. And our study focused to understanding how this mutation impact the beta globin protein in the hemoglobin in the patient of beta thalassemia.
Our study used the comprehensive in silico approach to analyze the missense mutation in HBB gene associated with beta thalassemia. First, the HBB sequence and beta globin structure were obtained from NCBI and protein data bank. 4 clinical reported variants were selected to analysis. Then we predict the functional impact using SIFT, classified as damaging or tolerated. Then we analyze the protein stability change were estimated with I mutant 2.0, fold X, and MCSM. All the result we validated using DDMUT. All the results were classified according to ACMG guidelines. Then the final we the mutation were modeled and visualized using DDMUT, which can provide the 3D structure. Now look at the table 1. The 4 mutation we use in these studies is this mutation, then the depth values of the 4 mutation, which range from 1.9 to 2.4. And then the that which can lead the residue in the protein core, and then the RSA values is the most exposed and flexible in the second mutation. So moving to the table number 2, we can see all the mutation have a delta G values in the negative values. So it can mix the protein in destabilizing mode or destabilizing phase. As the classification from ACMG, we classified the first variation in pathogenic. It have a similar chain with a HBS variant, and number 2 and 3 have a likely pathogenic, and the 4 is variant of uncertain significance. So this is the structure, the 3D structure. We visualize it using the DDMUT. There's can we see the many structural protein was changed during the missense mutation that can lead a mild destabilization. So it can cause the HBS polymers. It can lead the imbalancing in the structural integrity on the beta globin chain, and last can make slightly loosened hemabinding on can cause the mild destabilization.
So the 4 mutations show mild destabilization. This result shows that even the minor instabilization in the beta globin can impact the hemoglobin folding and trigger the beta thalassemia symptoms. So that's all from us. Thank you for your time and attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to know, this is the research you do in silico, isn't it? So what is the advantage of this research for the thalassemia patient? We know that thalassemia is difficult to cure. Yeah. What the impact of your research for the thalassemia patient?
Okay, thank you for the question. The impact we want to pursue in this research is how we can manage the effect from this mutation before do the clinical experimental, so we can predict it. It can lead how it can make hemoglobin, the structure hemoglobin. It can make a structure of hemoglobin bad or good from our research. So it's like a preliminary study before the clinical study.
Yeah, so it's mean for the preventive, for the curative after we know about the thalassemia patient. So what do you think about missense mutation? What is missense mutation?
Missense is like one of code in the chain is replaced by any code, like leucine replaced by alanine, or asparagine replaced by alanine, alanine replaced by leucine, like that. So it's make it can change the whole chain in the protein structure.
Yeah, the last question. Do you think the missense mutation can be replaced in the future?
If we do some research in this field, like many steps, it can make a new knowledge to how prevent the missense mutation, or we can use any technology like nowadays like CRISPR. Maybe we can uh, make this missense mutation is more like safely for humans.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Okay.
I think it's enough
Thank
for
you.
me.
Not yet. I have you give you a question also. Okay. My first question. What were your most significant finding about the mutation?
There is many findings in our research.
Significant finding.
Like we knows the missense mutation can cause the delta delta G, which is the stabilization parameter in protein. It's like it's giving like negative point 0.35 to negative 0.56 kilocalorie per mole. It's like we think that mutation can be so bad, can be so so pathogenic, but in our research we just found one variant is very pathogenic, that A6V, and all the three the second, third, and fourth is more likely pathogenic or benign. That was our finding.
Okay, and my second question, what was the most challenging part of your research process?
This is our first in silico research that makes we need to study hard for this research and using many software. Then we first time didn't know how to use that. It's so challenging, and in the short time we having this in silico project is start from August. Yes, August, September, October. That's like a short time. We first time to using in silico. That's very challenging for us.
Okay, I want to add some speech. So this is actually not the challenges, but it's better if we do, because our study was conducted in silico, so we need experimental validation in the future about our study. Thank you.
Oh, so if you had more time, or can you access lab more? What will be your next step?
It's like a first step for our research. Then the next step, we have just discussed about the next step we will use. We can more add some mutation. There's for a mutation that we found clinically, and there's many missense mutation that we want to add in the at the next in silico research. After that, we can doing the screening. What missense mutation is very highly in this country, in the Indonesia. The next step is how do we prevent the effect from this missense mutation that we know it's make a destabilization on the hemoglobin structure.
Okay.
So
yeah, okay. I think enough for me. Thank you for your question. Yeah, good luck.
okay, thank you for the question.
Ya, kasih tepuk tangan semuanya. Ya. Selanjutnya tim SAS 12556.
Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Kota Denpasar dan PT Pelindo dikerahkan guna memadamkan api.
Waste pollution threatens our environment and human health every day. But is endless cleanup really the solution? Rather than constantly addressing the damage,
Quick question. Who here has contracted a common cold recently?
Oh, there's a few people there. Thank you for answering our question. So that really helps our presentation. Those sniffles can be really nasty to deal with. And what if we told you it's not just bad luck?
Exactly. The culprit could actually be low vitamin D levels, which is a nutrient that our immune system heavily depends on.
Here's where it gets interesting. Also, vitamin D is also a source from sunlight and supplements.
So we asked ourselves, which one is better? Is it the good old morning sunshine
Or the little pill you can pop anytime?
To answer this question, we conducted a study. Vitamin D supplementation versus sunbathing.
So, let's get right into it. So before we begin, we have to see our background. So what really is the common cold? The common cold is an infection of the respiratory system via coughs, sneezing, or simply by talking. Vitamin D supports immune health by boosting antimicrobial peptide production to improve inflammatory responses. Vitamin D can be sourced from sun exposure, and this all relates to our research question. How does sun exposure compare to supplementation in affecting vitamin D levels and cold incidence?
To answer this question, we followed 7 main steps. First, we gathered information about vitamin D and sunbathing. Then we gathered participants and divided them into 3 groups: sunbathing, supplementation, and control. We conducted initial blood tests to measure these current vitamin D levels with the help of our local hospital from our community. Then, for 20 days, the subjects will bathe regularly for 20 days, and the supplement takers would take their vitamin D pills. The control, on the other hand, would maintain their usual routine. After that, we would conduct the vitamin D test again to check if their vitamin D levels had increased or not. And we interviewed each participant whether or not they contracted a common cold during the 20-day period. And finally, we finalized these results with the help of our graphs and presented them through our research paper.
So now we have our results. So this is all the information, and we'll And now we can see our results in this bar graph. However, I need to tell you that the healthy dosage in our body, the baseline is 30 nanograms per milliliter of vitamin D. So now that we've taken that into account, we can see the changes. So from supplement takers, the initial to its final, it experienced a percentage change of 75.07%. Which was expected because the vitamin D dosages were controlled. And the next one experienced a change of negative 3.09%. This was the sunbathers group from initial to final, which really surprised us because we expected sunbathing to have an increased vitamin D level. However, it instead decreased. This might have been due to the fact that UVB rays only make up about 5% of all the total UVB rays, of all the rays, that hits our skin, with UVA rays making up the 95%. This can also be due to the fact that our sunbathing was conducted at 6 or 7 a.m. because we took into account that people had to do work, had to do school, so they couldn't have sunbathe midday. They had to sunbathe either in the afternoon or in the morning, and we chose in the morning. And for control, as expected, it experienced a negative 6.96 change between initial and final.
So here we recorded the number of common colds contracted by each participant from each group during the 20-day period. So as we can see here, the supplement group reported contracting more common colds compared to the sunbathing and control groups. So from this graph, we summarize the data from these tables. And as we know that supplements increase vitamin D levels, however, we can see that sunbathing participants did not contract common cold whatsoever. This could allude to the fact that sunbathing has other benefits besides generating vitamin D synthesis, such as circadian rhythm and heightening melatonin levels, which improves our sleep quality and as a result reduces our cold incidence.
And as a final conclusion, while vitamin D supplements did raise vitamin D levels, sunbathing reduced the common cold occurrences much more, even though their vitamin D levels weren't as high. So in conclusion, this suggests that sun exposure may benefit the immune system because there might have been more benefits in the sunbathing beyond vitamin D that aided our immune system. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Goodbye and God bless you.
Okay, thank you for your brief presentation. Yeah. So I just want to know the first one. Is it necessary for us to have sunbathing to have vitamin D for our body?
It's not necessary to sunbathe to gain vitamin D. You can gain it from, like I said earlier, from the supplements. And the supplements are much more controlled. So if you have some sort of disease that doesn't allow you to take like a lot of vitamin D or too little vitamin D, you can control the dosage using the vitamin D supplements. However, sunbathing helps a lot if you want to improve your life quality, such as circadian rhythm, your mental health, and so on.
Okay, the second question, when you have this research, have you conduct this research, how you control the participant with vitamin D and participant with sunbathing? So the participant with take vitamin D have no sunbathing at all, or they have have exposure to sunbath, but maybe the time or something. Have you calculate for the sunbathing of them?
We made sure to tell them to try and avoid the sun at all costs, to use sun protection. Whoa. Those are the extra slides.
Yeah.
To wear sunscreen at all times, everywhere, and that's how we try to control. But then again, you can't really control it that much, but we try to control it as much as possible.
Can I also add some?
Yes, of course.
So those who took the vitamin D supplementation, they just as Leticia said here, they avoided the sun at all costs. But we also have to take into account that the UV index during certain times in Indonesia can be different and could spike during certain times. For example, the ones who took the vitamin D pills, they maybe walked outside in the sun, but it was during when the UV index was lower. So that means that they received less sunlight and as a result has less vitamin D compared to the ones that actually sunbathed during the correct times, which in our experiment, the ones who sunbathe had to sunbathe from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., which is a time where UV index is particularly very high for Indonesia.
So the time you have control, 6 a.m. until?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. for 1 hour, isn't it? So how about the food? Do you control the participant? The food, because the food is a source of vitamin D.
We also told them for the ones that did sunbathing to avoid foods such as fish that contain lanolin and eggs as well, so that they could gather the vitamin D as much as they could from the sunbathing. We also told the vitamin D supplementers to also do that as well, so that they could avoid vitamin D from foods as much as possible. And we mainly told them to eat things such as rice, vegetables, chicken, stuff like that.
Yeah, because this research is good, so to tell for the people is the source of vitamin D, not just pill, so expensive, then sunbathing. Yeah, but you must control the participant, especially for the food, for the activities, for the how long they can sunbath. Yeah, but I think you have a good presentation, good knowledge of this. Thank you.
Okay, so from your slide you only take 9 people, yeah, and divide into 3 groups. So 3 group on 10 of 3 people.
4
and
4 and 1.
Oh yeah, 4 and 1. And the age is the same.
And some are teenagers. And this is also explained through our research paper that age also has an impact in how you receive vitamin D. So, for example, older people, since their skin is wrinkled up, they have trouble absorbing the vitamin D from the sun. So, those who are younger, for example, the teenagers that are sunbathing, they absorb more vitamin D from the sunbathing because their skin is able to synthesize more vitamin D and generate more of it.
And how about the gender? Gender, yeah? In for people, the same gender or?
They're not the same gender, but we did actually have a little bit of that as well. Gender does not affect the vitamin D absorption.
Or you have research before about the gender or
yeah,
what
we
you
did
can say?
Yes. The gender doesn't affect the vitamin D
Based on
absorption.
your research
Yes.
or reference?
Based on research.
Your research?
Other research as well.
Oh, other research.
Yeah.
Okay, so the effect of the vitamin D to our body is only depend on the age of the people, like that, not gender.
It doesn't only depend on age, it has actually a lot of factors. So since Indonesia is located in the equator, it has a lower latitude compared to other countries or states like Alaska, for example. People who live in countries that are located further away from the equator will receive less sunlight because the sunlight is directly exposing those who live in the equator. And there are also other factors such as pollution such as sulfur dioxide or particulate matter. They absorb and scatter this radiation, which if some individuals are located in environments that are more polluted than others, then they will get less vitamin D.
But from your conclusion, we can see that the sunbathing, vitamin D from sunbathing is not, can say, vitamin D from, can you, so the conclusion, vitamin D, the higher vitamin D get from the supplement, right? Not, not from sunbathing, yeah. But people who get cold, fever cold is small when they get sunbathing. So there are no correlated between fever cold with the vitamin D.
No, there actually is a correlation because our body just doesn't rely on vitamin D alone, but it also works synergistically with other nutrients. So, like from this conclusion, right, we said that the supplements increase more vitamin D, but it doesn't directly affect the incidence of getting the common cold. This is because our body doesn't only rely on vitamin D to heal from sicknesses such as the common cold. For sunbathing, a lot of all of our participants didn't get common cold because sunbathing has other benefits besides generating vitamin D synthesis, such as improving our circadian rhythm and increasing our melatonin levels. So the circadian rhythm is basically a system or cycle of the alertness of our body. So when we are exposed to the sun, we are more alert and we are more energetic, and this signals to the brain to reduce the melatonin, which reduces the sleepiness of us. And because we are less sleepy, our immune system is more awake and can fight pathogens more. And pathogens are one of the main reasons why we get common colds.
Okay. So that's why if we get cold, the doctors sometimes give us suggestion to eat vitamin C, right? Not vitamin D. Yeah, sometimes if we get cold, doctor give us vitamin C.
Yeah, because like we said earlier, it's not only vitamin D but also vitamin C, because we already eat a lot of vitamin D in our lives, like eggs, like I mentioned, fish, and so on.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. Thank you. Good presentation.
Selanjutnya, tim STS 12548. Untuk tim STS 12548, apakah ada di sini? Oh, ya.
Good afternoon, my name is Mikael, and I will explain about my research on the non-classical Lie symmetry analysis of the Allan-Kahn equation. So the Allan-Kahn equation is a partial differential equation that has uses in modeling real-world physical phenomena such as crystal growth, as well as phase separation in immiscible liquids and alloys. And it's also used in image processing and segmentation. Well, one method that people use to analyze differential equations is Lie symmetry analysis. However, no research has ever done non-classical Lie symmetry analysis on this specific Allan-Kahn equation. And hence, my research attempts to find the solutions to the Allan-Kahn equation through non-classical Lie symmetry analysis. So the Allan-Kahn equation, I will take into account the Allan-Kahn equation with one spatial dimension or one spatial variable. And I'll explain about Lie symmetry first. Well, Lie symmetry analysis is about finding the solutions by first finding the symmetries of the differential equation. And what that means is that infinitesimal transformations that leave the differential equation invariant. And that's embodied in the Lie's invariance condition, essentially. And after that, it is used to find a reduction from the PDE into an ODE, and then finding the solution to the ODE can have a relation to the solution of the PDE. And for non-classical Lie symmetry, the difference is that in the invariant surface condition is immediately applied while solving for the Lie invariance condition. And D is set equals to 1. As for the procedure, I essentially applied the common methodology of Lie symmetry analysis for the Allan-Kahn equation. So first, I imposed the conditions as per the procedure, and from the expanding the Lie's invariance condition, does that work? For this expansion, it results in these determining equations, and from the first two determining equations, one can find the general form for the infinitesimals x and u applied on the variables x and u respectively. And by substituting these into the third determining equation, one can find another set of determining equations for those coefficients. So solving this eventually results in the total Lie symmetries. After we've done that, we can put it down into this formula, and solving that results in a relation between the solution to the BDE u as well as an arbitrary function f. Substituting this relation back into the Allan-Kahn equation would result in this ODE, which f must fulfill. And solving that ODE results in the following solutions. And substituting that back into the relation would result in a solution for u. So as we saw before, there are three different solutions for the ODE. And as a result, there will naturally be three families of solutions for the partial differential equations. So the first family of solution is a stationary solution. A stationary solution means that the boundary essentially just stays stagnant with time. And then there's traveling wave solutions, where the boundary moves at a constant speed. And then the third family is plotted using numerical methods, so plotted using Python. And then it results in a moving boundary where it shifts and becomes more steep in this case, or less steep in this case, until it fits a stable boundary where it does not change anymore. So in conclusion, the application of non-classical Lie symmetry analysis for the Allan-Kahn equation resulted in 5 solutions that are of this form based on this relation, where f is a function that must fulfill the following ODE based on the reduction from the Allan-Kahn equation. And for the future research, for first of all, since I done this for the one-dimensional case with one spatial dimension, naturally it can be expanded for higher dimensionals. Allan-Kahn equations, as well as Allan-Kahn equations fractional derivatives. And these are the references I used, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, but so you get the result using the Python, ya? You calculate using Python or analytic?
For these ones are analytic, whereas for these ones, they were plotted numerically with Python.
Oh, Python. You use Python only for plot the graph or to calculate the.
Only to plot these graphs. After these equations, like implicit solutions are found.
So the equation, you get the equation theoretically.
Yes, based on these solutions. So solving the ODE and plugging the solution for f back into this relation.
Is there any like this, equation like this before, or this is the new one? You find this or you compare with the other like that?
For the Alan-Kahn equation, it's already a commonly known equation that already exists. And the Lie symmetry analysis method is also a commonly used method already. I simply applied non-classical Lie symmetry on Alan-Kahn equation and produced these results.
Oh, so your result is the same with the other, or there are any different, or
There are different results.
different.
Yes. For example, this solution is already a commonly known solution. This is a very basic one for Alan-Kahn. However, these ones have not been found before, as far as I'm most aware.
So which one better?
To say that is quite difficult because Lie symmetry analysis is on its own very powerful technique, and other techniques are also quite useful. However, the good part about Lie symmetry analysis is that it can potentially lead to analytical solutions. So even if my results right now are numerical solutions, it is still useful to know what the results of non-classical Lie symmetry analysis, because when it's applied to various differential equations, it can result in analytical solutions. So it's still useful to at least try using Lie symmetry analysis.
Oh, so the equation still we can say that we can use the previous equation and can use your equation depend on the problem like that, or
both can be done for Alan-Kahn equation, and for other equations, well, both can still be used. For example, for Lie symmetry, it can be done on every differential equation, either ODE or PDE.
okay. Maybe the last question. What the implementation of your equation in the real world?
So for the real world, it goes back into the background. So it can be used in image segmentation, it can be used in crystal growth, and for phase separation. So how the boundary between two different states, for example, oil or water in terms of immiscible fluids, or different materials inside an alloy. So it can be used to model the time evolution of these boundaries.
We can use your equation directly and then get that picture, that solution, or we have to use another equation and law like that to get that?
If you take into account the more than one dimensions, then Alan-Kahn can successfully recreate two of these physical phenomena. However, since I use a one-dimensional, a simplified version of the Alan-Kahn equation, then it cannot produce immediate result in these 2D or 3-dimensional plots.
Also, your equation can be wider to the another dimension, to extension dimension.
Yes. So here's supposed to be the Laplacian operator, but I use the second derivative of u with term of x because I only take one dimensions. So only one spatial dimension.
Okay, thank you. I think enough for me.
Yeah, a little bit tough for me, because I'm a medical. So first, I just want to know, maybe you can give me example like that why we can use Lie symmetry or with Alan-Kahn equation to make like water and oil to be like not separation.
example, if you put water and oil together, then they will naturally start to, the boundaries of the water and oil will move, right? So the bubbles, they will move and evolve with time. Well, Alan equation essentially just models that interaction between oil and water. And Lee symmetry can be applied to any differential equation. So Alan is part of that scope that Lee symmetry can be used for to find a solution.
So it means the characteristic of Lie symmetry is different with Alan-Kahn equation, isn't it?
Well, Lee symmetry is not an equation. Lee symmetry analysis is a method used to analyze differential equations.
Okay, so what do you expect when we use non-classical Lie symmetry analysis of Alan-Kahn equation in the future?
Well, it can be used to, well, model those things, those physical phenomena, and why they're useful. Well, maybe because when people create new alloys or new alloy mixtures or any new materials that obey Alan-Kahn equation, well, it can be useful to find the material's characteristics and how the material evolves with time. As for crystals, you can use it for manufacturing crystals, so better understanding how crystal growth works.
Okay, so what do you planning in the future? Maybe if you have research or something that have relationship with Lie symmetry analysis.
Well, we're going to go back to the future work, future research. Well, the immediate one is for higher dimensional Alan-Kahn equations. As we've gone on tangent before, is that this one is for one-dimensional, and usually when we take into account for like crystal growth or immiscible liquids, you usually use two-dimensional or even three-dimensional. So we can apply to the Lie symmetry analysis for those two-dimensional or three-dimensional cases.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. Thank you. Thank you. A good presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Untuk tim selanjutnya, SAS 12551.
Cancer has been the leading cause of deaths worldwide, where, according to World Health Organization in 2018, estimating around 9.6 million patients, totaling lung cancer patients around 2 million, where that will create a significant difficulty in handling those patients, where there will be a projected increase by cancer patients, outweighing the availability of doctors and cancer patients, and that will create a major global problem. Introducing Neuroscans AI. First, my name is Admiral Ganim.
And my name, Keisha Firli Adi Shahrani.
My name, Habib Rahman.
My name is Ahmed Rauf.
We are Neuroscans AI from Liberica Team Academy Indonesia, and Neuroscans cancer detection to assist your diagnosis. For the background of our research, according to
according to the Ministry of Health Indonesia, there will be a predicted of 70% increase of cancer patients by 2050. And okay, from this data alone, we know that in 2022, there are approximately 400,000 new cases, where comparing to 2024, there is 2.4 million cancer patients. And from this increase, it will project significant difficulty in handling those patients. And in developing AI, we can help and implement those in the health industry in helping those data for the diagnosis.
As we know, the integration of artificial intelligence in healthcare is not just about technology. It is about improving outcome for everyone involved. NeuroScan was designed with the purpose in mind to support doctors, benefit patients, and even contribute to medical education. Let me explain the specific benefit of NeuroScan. For doctors, NeuroScan acts like a second pair of expert eye. It reduces workload, high possibility of concern, and minimizes the risk of oversight. And for patients, it shortens the diagnosis journey. Instead of waiting days or weeks for confirmation, the results are available much faster. And for hospitals and clinics, it increases efficiency by supporting radiologists, allowing them to focus on complete cases. And for medical education, students and trainees get access to powerful tools to learn from the imaging case guided by AI inside.
Okay. So for the research method, we use development tools like Flutter and Android Studio for the UI development, and we use YOLO V11 for the AI model, the object detection model, and we use Google Colab and VS Code to train and optimize the AI model, and we put the data sets from the lung PET CT, and we use TensorFlow chart to integrate the AI model into our application. So here's the result. Here's our application, NeuroScan's AI, the cancer detection model to reduce workload doctors. So on the homepage, you can read the news about the lung cancer and cancer or smokers in Indonesia or in the worldwide. So you can click the NeuroScan's logo below, and the option will appear, the camera button and the gallery button. So I will go to the gallery button. So here's a sample of the cancer images. So I will choose this image. So the AI will processing it. So the AI will show you the type of the cancer and will annotate the anomalies that have been detected by the AI model.
So, what sets NeuroScan apart is its broad detection capability. It doesn't only detect one stage of lung cancer. NeuroScan also detects multiple patterns and abnormalities, including small nodules that are often overlooked in early scans. Ultimately, NeuroScan improves the patient's outcomes by detecting cancer quicker and improving the patient's survival chance against lung cancer.
Okay, so here's our recommendation, our socialization with the doctors from Indonesia, from the RSPN, Dr. Cipto Mursumo, from the RSUD Budi Asi, and from the RS Islam Pondokopi.
Thank you all for listening, judges and fellow participants. If there are any questions and opinions, we would like to hear it. Thank you.
So do you mean in your research, after we have NeuroScan and then the picture will scan by AI and then have conclusion, isn't it? Yeah, that's the way of your research. So after this research, I think need time to can apply because need like sensitivity and specificity of the equipment of AI. And then what do you think in the future about your research? How we can sure that AI can read the NeuroScan true, basic on what they can done by AI?
Thank you for the question, Judge. So for our AI itself, we trained the AI with over than millions of images, and we derived to over 30,000 images for the AI to train. And for future implementations, our vision for the project is, because we know that there is an exponential increase of AI technology, while implementing those technology into medical industries has not been done perfectly. So for future projects, we want to implement these types of AI and train more images and cooperating with hospitals with the to achieve data sets for the AI to train.
Okay, have you done your research like this? This is the neuroscan A, and then read by AI, and then repeat again, and how many repeat, and the same answer or something? Have you done that one?
For the results, our AI will predict the outcome because we trained the AI. For now, it is only available for lung cancer dataset. We only train it to only detect and classify for types of cancer. We can see in the we can see in the dataset it will project these 4 types of cancer, but it will give result predictions. But doctors will only have to further verify it, so the AI will be accurate, because we aim to help doctors in processing those data sets of patients, because the problem is the availability of doctors versus the patients in Indonesia doesn't compare 1-to-1. It only makes it difficult for doctors. So it's for the data processing.
Yeah, but I think this research can conclusion what type of the cancer, but cannot give information about the staging and maybe metastasis of the cancer. So need to consult again to the doctor. Yeah, this one is quick method to know about the diagnosis of cancer of the lung, but cannot make the staging. Yes, need a long time for the research to make sure this is the correct diagnosis like that. Yeah, but yeah, it is give more information how it can implement in our health. Yeah, I think that's enough for me.
Thank you for the opinion.
Okay, I think it's interesting. Yeah. So the application is made by your team. So this is the new application. Can you tell me about the role or divide the task divide between you who responsible to make the application, to take data, to make coding and etc.
Thank you for the question, Judge. For our team, starting from myself, my name is Apel Ganim. I handle with the data set for the AI. So I derived the data set from an online open source. It is online, you can search it up, the Cancer Imaging Archive. It handles thousands of medical data sets. And for this AI, to train this AI, we got this data set called Lung CTP-TDX. It's a data set consisting of 355 patients with millions of images that has been verified by 5 radiologists in China. And it's around 127 gigabytes, and I handle with all the data set and the training for the AI. And from the AI, we annotate to around 30,000 images for the AI to train, and split it and validate it.
Also, the application is only built by you?
No, I handle with the machine learning. The application is with another program. I use VS Code and Google Cloud to train the dataset.
Oh, and then how you maintain the accurate of the result of this measurement?
Of course, there will be a validation with the AI itself because it's trained on over thousands of images, right? And the AI will further have what do you call it? Validation set, because when you train the AI, it needs to validate the real data from the set. So you do a test for the data set and the test with the already annotated and verified.
What you expect from your application? You expect this application become professional medicine diagnosis or just for educational and then research tool like that?
For future purposes, we aim to help and implement this AI into the healthcare industry, and because we want to help the outweigh in the doctor versus the patients, we want to help with the data processing of the patients, because with this kind of technology, we can help thousands of patients all around Indonesia or even worldwide with the data processing. But to say it one more again, the doctors will have to verify the data set before handling the patient. It only separates the classes between the patients. The more data set that we train the AI, the more accurate outcome it will give.
Okay, maybe the last question. Have you checked or verified your result with the real result from the hospital like that?
Yes, we actually did a review with the doctors here. We did a test and an interview with some of the images that the AI predicted, and of course, the AI itself will need training and further validation so it can give more accurate results. And from the programming too, we validate it with the dataset even more, and that's how we don't say that it's 100% true, because we only train a machine to detect object and patterns in CT scan, or which class it can give.
Okay, I think enough from me. Thank you. Where do you come from? What's your school name? Huh? Liberty?
We are from Liberty Academy, so we are from different school.
Oh, different school. Oh yeah, okay. I think from medicine background. So the background is not medicine, or medicine. You are doctor. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Good luck. I hope your application will be useful in the next future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, judges, for your questions and opinion, and thank you for all the listeners.
Next will be STS 12514.
Good day. My name is Maria Elizaveta Rudik. I'm studying in the 11th grade of Kyiv Lyceum number 283, and I am a member of Kyiv Junior Academy of Sciences in Ukraine. Now I would like you to present my project called Scutoids as stable structures for the formation of epicellular tissue. The central mathematical challenge today is building adequate models of complex systems and predicting their behavior depending on external influences. This applies, for example, to economics, sociology, and the creation of artificial intelligence. The most fascinating is the application of mathematical modeling in biology. Back in 1925-1926, the Lotka-Volterra predator-prey model was proposed to be a pair of first-order nonlinear differential equations. Nowadays, scientists are attracted not only to populations or individual organisms, but also to their smallest components. My research is devoted to describing the geometric shapes that were investigated at the cellular level. In 2018, the computational biologist from Spain and the United States, while studying embryonic epithelial tissue, discovered a new type of non-classical polyhedron, which they call scutoid. Scutoid is a geometric body contained between parallel planes containing polygons, the basis of the scutoid. It's worth noting that scutoids can be used in architecture and engineering to create stronger structure. The important problem is to determine what surfaces can form the lateral faces and what types of surfaces can act as its lateral edges. So, let us recall the definition introduced in the work of biologists. This scutoid is a geometric body contained between parallel surfaces, in which polygons lie, the basis of the scutoid. The vertices of these polygons can be connected by a straight line or a curve or epsilon similar connection, and all sections which are parallel to the basis are classical polygons. To limit the research, we introduce the following concepts. A regular scutoid is a scutoid in which bases are regular polygons with the same number of sides, and the upper and the center of the upper base is orthogonally projected into the centers of the lower base. We call scutoids biminimal, in which epsilon similar shape is absent. A regular scutoid is called a twisted minimal regular scutoid, in which sides is equal of the bases, and besides one base is rotated around the axis contains the centers of the bases by some angle with respect to the other. One second. We use such methods like mathematical modeling of the scutoid in a Cartesian rectangular coordinate system and the numerical experiment in math lab. To ambiguously the twist to unambiguously define twisted minimal regular scutoid and to limit the research, we introduced the following instructions, such as the number of side faces is equal to the number of vertices in the base. Side faces are simple smooth surfaces. Side edges are simple smooth curves. Intersections which are parallel to the bases. Polygons are equal or similar to the bases. Their centers belong to the straight line that connects the centers of the bases. Also, we consider the models of the scutoids. The first one is the classical scutoid with a pentagon and a hexagon with the epsilon-shaped face. The second one is a twisted minimal regular scutoid without epsilon-shaped face. Also, since the cells can deform under the various factors, and we consider the other scutoid. Twisted minimal scutoid with semi-regular equiangular polygon as the basis without epsilon-shaped face, and twisted minimal scutoids with semi-regular equilateral polygons in the basis without epsilon-shaped face. Also, from the input parameters of the scutoid, one can find the equation of the generating line, which rotates around the earth axis and creates the bodies of revolution. Also, we consider the scutoid which is inscribed in some body of revolution, such as a cylinder and truncated cone in paraboloid of rotation and in sphere have been investigated. And also we formulated the statements such as minimal regular scutoids with the number of vertices in the base 3, 4, 6 with equal polygons in cross sections parallel to the bases, fill space or layer of space without gaps. The equation of the lateral faces is the equation of a linear helical surface, namely a straight helicoid. Such a surface is minimal. Also, we consider the classical scutoid and the semi-regular scutoid, and we formulated the following statements, like the epsilon-shaped face of such scutoids can be either flat, cylindrical, or helicoidal. The lateral edge is a helisa, the shape of which depends on the body of revolution. To sum up, in this work, we study the properties of a new type of polyhedral scutoid and the lateral faces and lateral edges of some scutoids are studied. Also, now I would like to present the 3D models which I made in Blender, and it is present that cells can connect without gaps, and this is models of a minimal regular scutoid, and also I have done the 3D models of a regular scutoid with epsilon-shaped face, and This is significant that we study the properties of scutoid because it's a significant contribution to cultivation of artificial organs. And the study provides the opportunity to create bricks and various coatings due to the property of covering a layer of space with regular scutoids, as well as due to the rotational symmetry of regular scutoid. And this slide presents the literature used in the work and the publication in the materials of the Shevchenko Spring Conference. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. My first question, I want to know what inspiring you to study about the geometry of biology form, right? Yeah, rather than purely abstract mathematics.
So we study the properties of the classical scutoid is new, and we know that if a biologist knows the parameters of the scutoid, they can create the artificial organs and cells. And also we consider in this work the semi-regular scutoids, and it is also new for in science.
Okay. What makes the scutoid a more efficient packing structure compared to other cell geometry, like you said before?
Scutoids, the connection between scutoids is very strong, and when it connects without gaps, and it can be used in architecture for stronger structures, and I believe then that in future people will use it more and more.
Oh, okay. So how does your research bridge or connect the gap between mathematics and life science?
It connects that masses considers the properties of a scutoid, and in section of biology in this work we considered that how scutoids work as tissue, and how they form the epithelial tissue.
Okay, maybe the last question. In your conclusion, you saw that the analytical calculation compared to the numerical experiment using MATLAB 6.5. Why you choose MATLAB 6.5 and GeoGebra environment? Because I think that MATLAB is the last previous software, and now why you not use like Python like that?
Because MATLAB is very useful for equations, and also it can present us the for example, we do this picture. This is a picture of scutoid inscribed in somebody of revolution, and in Python I think it can do very well, and we just do make the equations and write in the math lab, and in GeoGebra we 1 second. In GeoGebra we do these pictures of body of revolution. So
But maybe just a suggestion for you. I think the most easily to calculate this equation, you can use mathematical software from Wolfram compared to MATLAB, I think.
MATLAB, yeah.
Yeah, from Wolfram the equation is more easily to write in the.
Yes. So and also we use not only MATLAB and GeoGebra, we use also Blender for printed the 3D models, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. I think Ines, enough question from me. Thank you for coming to Indonesia also.
Thank you.
Okay, still nervous?
No.
Okay, yeah. I respect for this the point this one. And how about this three-dimensional have been used in your country for heart, maybe for the transplantation or something?
No, in my country, the government don't use it as forming some transportation or something else. I know that while we are surfing the internet, we saw that sculptures used in in architecture, in building, and
yeah, because
and
I see this is stable structure. So
yes,
yeah, if
yes.
we have slide, it's not so good. Yeah, this is make stable. So
yes,
yeah, it can be used. Yeah, you can information maybe these pieces can make like transplantation become right. Yeah, not like messy or something, not in a bad structure. So in the future, this stupoid can be used in the medical or in biology. Yeah. And then how about for the building, for the architecture, like you give in the presentation? Many places use stupoid in architecture in your country?
No, it is not my country, but it is around the world. And about biology, it is just biologists know that sculptures in the epithelial tissue, but they don't know how use it for cultivation the artificial organs. And my project presents the information how biologists or in medicine people can make it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Good presentation. I think it's time is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Untuk tim terakhir STS 12520 silakan ke depan. Ya.
Lasernya yang mana? Lasernya ini. Ini? Ya, ini next.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves. We are grade 11 students from Indonesian Creative School Pekanbaru Riau. My name is Sultan Sarugi, and I will act as the main presenter and a contributor to the paper of the research.
My name is Rafi Reza, and I act as the core who invented the idea and also the mathematics.
And my name is Gaza Ahmad Durasana. I'm the main visualizer for this presentation. All the diagrams and the designs are all made by me.
And today we proudly present to you our research about the general formula of multiple functions on integral infinite tiny boxes summation. Now, so let's start and dive into it. Okay, so for our background and purpose, we have two different objectives. But first of all, judges, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you guys to consider just one question. Okay, we know what a two-dimensional line looks like. We know what a line in three-dimensional looks like. Now, what will a line in four-dimension look like? Can you even imagine that? Now, in our background and purpose, that is our main objective. Our first objective is how can we represent a line from a higher dimension that humans cannot imagine into something that we can actually see. Second of all, we are meant to make a new coordinate system that can actually represent lines or functions from any dimension we want. So, for example, let's say 4 dimension, 5 dimension, we can actually represent them into something that we can actually see as humans. So, how can we do that? Let's take a look into the methodology. So, for our methodology, we use mathematical functions. Judges, let's take a look at this simple function. Right? It is simple. It doesn't look like there is nothing in it. So how can we represent higher dimensional line function into this simple two-dimensional diagram? First of all, we make something called the Riemann summation integration, which means we estimate the area under the graph using integration within these boxes. And then we simplify this diagram as we straighten them. And then, if we zoom in, we can actually see that triangles are formed as the result of the differences between the heights of the boxes. These are infinitesimally small because we are trying to approximate the graph, the area under the graph. And then here's the thing. Here's the main part. With these perpendicular red lines, we can put a higher dimensional function into the current dimensional function. Now, let's pause there for a second. You may ask, how can we, by simply putting these lines, can represent a higher dimensional function, even though it's still in 2 dimensions? Well, here's the catch, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as you can see in this diagram, if we plot a line that is perpendicular to the arc length, or to the function in itself, it is perpendicular, right? But it is not only perpendicular in 2 dimensions, but it will also be perpendicular outside of the plane. So, in fact, we know we have created a new dimension. We have implemented a higher dimension inside what we can see as 2 dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking now is a 3 dimension represented into something that we can see, into a simpler function that we can actually see. Now, we can name this as perpendicular lines. The red lines are the perpendicular lines. We will refer to them as the perpendicular lines. And then we can name these as these variables, as the length between these lines, as this variable, and the perpendicular line as this variable. And if we modify these variables, we can make them into bigger perpendicular lines. And then, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we can represent a higher dimensional function into our previous function. Now, here's the catch. We don't stop here. Actually, we can repeat this process. So, not only 3 dimension, we can also put 4 dimension, 5 dimension, 6 dimension, 7 dimension, 8 dimension, until infinite dimension. So, in fact, with our formula, you can represent any dimension into something that human eyes can see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, refer back to my question. Can you imagine a four-dimensional function? It's practically impossible. But with our formula, we can see now a higher dimensional function. This might be a breakthrough in mathematics. Oh yes, and I will talk about the coordinate system that we ask ourselves in the purpose. Okay, so as you can see, these perpendicular lines, it is actually plotted against this arc length. And therefore, we can say that these lines act as a new function implemented onto this graph, which is previously this arc length. So in fact, we have successfully created a new coordinate system which hasn't been found before, as a matter of fact, which we name ourselves as the IRCYS coordinate system. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see now hasn't been invented yet. We have discovered this ourselves. So we have found a way to, in fact, plane a higher dimensional functions using a new coordinate system.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so from all the calculations that we made in the methodology, that means we have come to two results. The first one is a dimension translation formula, a formula we can use to translate higher dimensional structures onto the second dimension. And also, a brand new coordinate system, the IRCYS coordinate system. And with respect due to time, I won't be getting into detail about these two results, but if you're more interested and you want to learn more, it's in our paper. Okay, now on to our conclusion. So, from the result, we have reached two conclusions. We made, from the IRCYS framework, we made a brand new coordinate system based off arc length progression, and we used that IRCYS coordinate system to plot higher dimensional structures onto something that we can see without obstructing its original properties.
Now, with all of these mentioned, judges, you may ask, what is all of this for? How can it be useful? Actually, yes, we find two possible areas where this will be revolutionary. First of all, mathematics. Again, the same question. Judges, you can yourself imagine a two-dimensional circle, right? What about 3D? You will imagine a sphere. But what about four-dimensional sphere? Right? What about five-dimensional sphere? Now, with our formula, we have proven that it is actually possible to translate a higher dimensional structure or function into something that can be represented with the human eyes. Now, what you're seeing now, ladies and gentlemen, is a matter of fact, is a possible structure of a four-dimensional sphere, which is not supposed to be in our imagination. We can't even imagine a four-dimensional sphere. But with our formula, this can be achieved. And the next one is physics. How can it be useful in physics? Well, in physics, there is two main fields. First of all, is the quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is for the particles. It is the subatomic things that have unlimited dimension. We can say infinite dimensions, right? In the Hilbert space, it's called the Hilbert space. And with the Hilbert space, he said that there is unlimited dimension. But there is also something called the general relativity, which is talking about supermassive objects. Supermassive objects generally have four dimensions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can observe four-dimensional space, which is the supermassive objects. But it is very, very hard for us to observe quantum mechanics. Now, what if we are able to actually find the differences between what we see outside in the space as a four-dimension compared with the behavior of quantum mechanic particles? So as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, we can now see the actual differences in which parts they differ, these particles and these supermassive objects. So this will be really useful in physics. Now, that is all for the future prospect. Let's move on to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Can you show me again about your slide, the previous slide, when you before it. before. I think the early, yeah. Before this. This one. You say that this is the lower line. You say that the line is in two dimension, yeah. And then the second line.
Second is in three dimension.
Why?
Because okay, like I said, okay, we have plotted this second line along these perpendicular lines. Okay, like what we said, this perpendicular line not only extend up but also outside this plane. So we have officially placed a new dimensional function on top of an existing dimensional function. So as a matter of fact, we can visualize it like this.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you like for me to re-explain every visualization?
I think it's enough. Okay. Maybe my last question. How you implement your formula to quantum mechanics, like you say before, yeah?
Okay.
You directly use this formula to quantum mechanics or some processing like that?
To implement it in quantum mechanics, also general relativity, it may need more improvement because physics is now our field, and we more discuss into mathematics. But we can explain how it can connect between them. So as we know, quantum mechanics use the Hilbert space, which Hilbert space has use infinite orthogonal axis. A orthogonal axis is the axis that have 90 degrees with all of axes. Yes, and then it's infinite. And we can already use 4 dimension, which has let's say 3 axes, 4 axes. So how we can translate this? This one y-axis, and as we know, Hilbert space is 2 infinite dimension, which means this one we make first, second, 3, 4, and because quantum of Hilbert's is until infinite, right? The dimension, because it's a recursion process, so we repeat the process until infinite times, mathematically infinite times. Then we use recursor, which is from the start, right? From the start and then go to the end. If we reverse the formula, it's from the end to the start, and then from that we limit the lower boundary into 4 dimension until this. If the Hilbert space is connected to the general relativity, then we succeed to connect both of them. So like that.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I think it's enough for me.
Okay, maybe I want to ask about the first one is what do you planning with your research, with your calculate with integral formulation until 4D dimensional, maybe for apply in our daily life.
For in the future, actually we don't have an immediate answer for that because there are actually so many applications for this formula. However, we were actually discussing about how we can plot structures, because like I've said, this one is only for functions that are lines, right? We've only explained about line functions. But come back to the question from the future prospect. Can we imagine a 4-dimensional structure instead of just lines? So with this formula, maybe in the future, if we develop it even more, we can have structures. Maybe instead of cube, we have hypercube, or what is it called? Tesseract. Or instead of sphere, we can have hypersphere. And we can imagine objects that are beyond our dimension. Because as a matter of fact, our dimension is limited, right?
Yeah.
That means with this formula, in the future, maybe we can represent the objects and structure that is higher dimension than us.
Yeah, maybe this is original of
Extremely
you.
original.
Yeah, maybe I suggest to you because I think it's have prospect in the future. You make have patent or haki then, because maybe in the future we will can see like line can be see like in the 4D dimension. Maybe you can use in the medical like USG, or maybe if we see tumor or something in our body, and we can see 4D. And then maybe you can continue for this research in the future. The second one, I want to ask you about how the relationship between 4D dimensional with the quantum. With the quantum. How you information us in maybe in daily life, or maybe in the application, because maybe some of us not understand maybe in the mathematics. Thank you.
For that, actually we're talking about physics, right? So for a very, very long time, physicists have been questioning, why is it that what we observe in the space is different from what we observe in the quantum mechanics, right? So it's been a question, why are they different? Why are they so different, right? And it's so hard to understand this for scientists even for now. But with our formula, we can somewhat relate them. Because like what I said, in the quantum mechanics, from the Hilbert space, it has unlimited dimensions. While in our reality, we are limited to 4 dimensions, right? So if we can boil down the dimensions that are infinite in the quantum mechanics, we can somehow relate it with our dimension. So finally, after a very long time of searching, physicists can finally understand the relationship between quantum mechanics and the physics that we can observe in this universe.
Maybe anyone want to add? Okay, it's enough. Okay, I think it's enough for you. Yeah, the time is up.
Thank you very much, judges.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
Baik, terima kasih untuk semuanya. Sesi penjuriannya udah selesai ya. Jadi bagi yang ingin makan snack bisa langsung makan snack yang di depan. Tapi kalau mau balik langsung ke kamar juga boleh. Okay. So the judging session is finally over. For anyone who wants a snack can just grab a snack in front, or they can go back to their own respective room. Thank you.